me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. It's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say, just find your way and try to stay true, true,
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Let me say hi to you guys. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. Good morning, Sissy's mom, Jen. Good to see you. Good morning, little Red. Good morning, Rachel. Good morning, Melissa. Good morning, Kelly. How are you guys? Neat. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I did take my 5-hour. That is like part of my morning routine. I wake up, I get out of the bed, I check my phone to see what time it is. I head on over to the kitchen. I take a 5-hour energy out of the cabinet. I drink my 5-hour. I go out on the porch. I have a cig. I come back in. I make my coffee. There you go. That's Bindy's routine. How are you guys? I missed you guys over the night. Last night was a fun stream, wasn't it? I need to go back and add the timestamp so people on replay can get to the parts they want to. I love that we all came together to try to problem solve for Sprinkled Donut. You know, I feel like that's the definition of community, right? Like, you know, helping each other. You know, we help when you can, where you can. All right, so Mr. Alessi is going to be finishing up his cross-examination today with Shannon with one N Burgess, who is the person who, well, he's a digital forensics examiner, okay? And he examined the digital forensics pertaining to Karen Reed's Lexus SUV. However, Yeah, Kelly. Yes, babe. I went live at 8:30, babe. We covered I'm royal now. I talked about we all watched Linda Sturmer's sentencing, and that let the judge read her for absolute filth. And then we problem solved for Sprinkled Donut because she couldn't get a membership, and we still have not resolved that. And then we watched the last probably couple hours, I think it was, of Mr. Alessi's cross examination of one end Shannon. And then we called it a night, and we're back this morning. And we missed you too last night. So Mr. Alessi is going to be finishing up his cross examination of one end Shannon today. It was. At first, I started to feel sorry. I still do feel a little bit bad for this witness because this is this happened on the world on like a world stage. You know what I mean? It's on the internet, bruh. It's forever. And let me just say this: the internet, when it comes to situations like this, remains undefeated. Okay. So there's that. But what I noticed yesterday too, after I went, because this, hey MK, good to see you, babe. Hey Melissa, um, good morning, crocheting mammy. What I noticed last night, because that would have been the second time I watched this wonderful cross examination by our Mr. Alessi, was that I think it might be a prerequisite for the Commonwealth witnesses when they are on cross and get pressed on the hard questions to double down and get indignant and blame shift. That's like the three prerequisites. If you don't do that, you are not going to be able to testify. I don't get it. Hey, chicken lady, good to see you, babe. Good morning, and thank you. That's not. I meant to say thank you for being a member for 5 months. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. Okay, this is how I understand it. MK says, "What are these purple crowns? You love a crown. Stop playing, MK Leon." Um. Okay, so apparently YouTube is doing this thing in the chats. It's only in the live chats, and it changes each and every, like it resets every time you go live. Okay. It's like a contest within the chat to see who can get the most XP. I so far I don't see what you get if you have the most XP. I don't think you get anything other than bragging rights, but it's a way to highlight, I think, for the creator, the people who comment the most and participate the most in your channel and in your chat during the live streams, because they have something similar. There's no XP, but if you go to your channel and you look at comments and you look at community, you can see in your comment section who comments the most, and you can shout them out and do all those things. And I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, I don't know, do you want me to shout you out, or do you want me to be like, keep it on the low, Bindi? Maybe one video you commented 11 billion times because you just had a lot to say on that video, but you don't want the whole, world to know. It's up to you guys. So that's hey Lil Rad, good to see you. So that's what happens. Violet says, is XP like Moxie, like chutzpah, like that? Um, I guess. I don't know. The only way I understand, okay, for me, the only way I understand experience points is from like Final Fantasy, the game, where you have to have, you know, more XP than the thing that you're fighting. Because if you don't, or Mortal Kombat, same thing. Oh my God. You're some curry. MK says, I can get XP rated if you want. Of course. course. Good morning, Brandy. Good to see you. So let me show you guys the only fan. Definitely don't want to miss saying good morning to the only fan. What would we do without our morning? Oh, here comes Nate with the facts. Nate Noodle, you get nothing. I find them distracting, but it may be nice for the creator to help getting super chats. I just want my mod headbands, not a purple crown. Oh my goodness. Yes, we need the headbands. I need to get on that. I wonder how I can do that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You can, if you don't like the crowns, you can turn them off in your settings. You can do it. I forgot to tell you that part. You can turn them off if you want. So it's just like an extra feature. It's probably something they're just testing out to see, how people respond to it. Um, you know, what else? I don't know. Maybe what I'll do is I wonder if. See, this is the thing. I think if YouTube is going to do that, oh, let me get in my seat correctly. Adjust. I think if YouTube is going to do that, what they should do is send the creator at like the end of the week or something the cumulative totals, because then the creator can do something fun with it, like whoever has the most points at the end of the week can get. We'll put it. We'll the top three get a prize or something, a giveaway or something like that, or at the end of the month, something, something that's cumulative. We need something like that. I have a feeling now it's 8:08 here, which means it's 9:08 at the Commonwealth. And I don't know. Let me look. Hold on. Let me look. I'll see if it is. Hold on. Let's see. No, it's not. Let's see. Yeah, it's not on Lawn Crimes chat. I just looked. That would be really distracting because, bruh, there's like, hold on, let me see how many people are in the laptop chat. There's 12,000 people watching, over 12,000 people watching. I can't imagine. Now that's just, there's quite a bit. So I cannot imagine that they could do that in a chat that size. They may have that whole thing turned off. Who knows? I can turn it off if you guys want. Hey, Chief, how are you? But yeah, that's what's going on. And remember how yesterday we were talking about Judge Beth's karaoke and what songs she might karaoke to? I was thinking in the shower before I came live how Bev might rap Boys in the Hood from NWA. I was thinking, would she be like this? Because it's weird because they add R's and take away R's, and so would it be cruising down the street in my 6'4", jogging the bitches, slapping the hoes, went to the park to get the scoop, knuckleheads out there, shooting some hoop. A car pulls up, who can it be? A fresh El Camino rolling kilo G. Would she say car like that? I don't know. Curious. I want to know. I mean, I suppose I could go back and listen to like Marky Mark because he's from Boston and hear how he talks, but I'm anti druggie. I eat my body is healthy. Morons make me wealthy, and my funky munch helps me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, goodness. Who knows? Oh, there's a little Poppy. Oh, you guys, Go, if you, please go subscribe to the Country Life of Chicken Lady. She's got the cutest little chicken. She does really cute videos over there about the chickens. My personal favorite is my namesake, Hen Lou. She pretty much runs that yard. I mean, was there ever a doubt? Listen, now I love you, Sissy's mom, but Judge Bev's 4 o'clock karaoke is the Beastie Boys. You got to fight for your right to party. Judge Bev is not cool enough for the Beastie Boys. She's just not. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye, all persons.
All right, let me turn this up. Let's get started.
Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court holding in Dedham, within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Mr. Burgess, please?
Okay, everybody that is focused on Bev's banks, I'm focused on this chunk in this vicinity. You see how it's like she just was like, I'm just gonna like barely touch the flat iron to that part, but I'm mainly gonna ignore it. It's like she's got beef with that part of her hair. I just want to get a hold of it so, oh God, I pushed the wrong button. I just want to get a hold of it so bad. All right, here we go.
Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let the humiliation
Burgess.
begin.
On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear that?
If I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And, Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay?
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wool? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woog, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank
Yes.
you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wool. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Miss Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wood. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I don't have this.
Okay.
Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022. Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just want to interrupt to point out that when he answered Mr. Alessi, he said "ronk." Now, strike it, strike all of his testimony, strike it all, strike it now, get him off the stand. That's it, that's all.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct, yes, it is January 30th, yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No, so these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct?
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct,
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that, yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Right, to Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
So you corrected Mr. Alessi just to end up agreeing with him. He said all of that stuff in his question. Then you decided it would be a good idea to correct him. Like, have you learned nothing from yesterday, bro? Look at his face. Oh my God. Oh, Mr. Alessi, we got to talk about the mic, buddy. I'm going to help you, Mr. Alessi. Call me.
Your Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sure.
To the BBB for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context,
see
I
you
will.
at sidebar instead of the floor?
Here we go with another dadgum sidebar. And for what? For what? Ridiculous.
No, you shut up! Don't talk to me! Don't talk to me, criminal!
Look, here's the deal, Mr. Shannon with one N. Oh my God. I don't understand what your beef is, bro. Look, at the end of the day, this is what had happened. You did not check your work. You didn't dot the I's. You didn't cross the T's. And at the end of the day, it was found out. You got, bro. Just accept it. If I were you right now, you know what I'd do? I'd fake a fallout. Just fall out. Just faint on the stand. They'll get you out of there. It'll be done. It'll be over with. Oh my goodness. Thank you, chicken lady. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I missed a gift. Hold on. Let me go back up here. Let me scroll. Thank you, Neat, for gifting a membership to the channel. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. Really, it means the world to me. Thank you so much, babe. I appreciate that. You'll get it back, chicken lady. I promise. You'll get that crown right back. I just, the thing is, if I'm sitting over there and I'm Mrs. O'Keefe, I would be so incredibly frustrated at this point. Like with the Commonwealth. Even if because I do believe that Mrs. O'Keefe really believes that Karen is the guilty party here. And I understand why. Okay. And we've talked about this a million times. I'm not going to go over this again, but allowing the Commonwealth putting this gentleman on the stand and allowing the defense to open the door to reasonable doubt. Hold on, Mr. Excuse me, Mr. Alessi, I don't want to interrupt you, but allowing this witness on the stand opens the door for reasonable doubt. And I mean, not that door ain't been, the door was already ajar. Okay. It's way open now. But if I'm Mrs. O'Keefe, I would be really frustrated by this and upset. I would be. I would also be really frustrated and upset with the way that they conducted this investigation as a whole. But she's probably not there yet.
I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am represented to you what is now Exhibit 189 in evidence. Ask you to, once again, take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All right.
believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So, in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down, thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is...
Sustained.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on the, what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure, we can.
I want
we
to
can
use
call it-
whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely, absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence? It was 188.
Okay.
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, you know, if we had 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Wope. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Wope, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And if we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock, yes. Timestamp, yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 1162.2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct, from the Lexus clock.
So, if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction, according to him, on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09, yes.
Now if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffin's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 1162.2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, using the unadjusted clock.
I would like... Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No, he does not.
Okay, what I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffin identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 1162.2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43 as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does, and in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct, but this specific instance, the lock, it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto-locking, yes, it requires a button press, yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto-locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. if we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see that.
Do you see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you understand? If we could go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please, Mr. Wolf. Do you understand that Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision? Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
I thought we were limiting the amount of sidebars we were doing. Judge Bev, what are we sidebarring right now? I got something for you guys. Are you ready?
I'm so tired of you.
I have a feeling I'm going to use that a lot. Hold on a minute. I wanted to, Maria, it's 17 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. I appreciate that. All of you guys. Thank you so much. Oh boy. No, you didn't miss anything. Nate, we're still talking to Shannon with one N, and he's still. I don't know why this flabbergasts me or surprises me at all, but the level of doubling down, getting indignant, and blame shifting is just that comes from the witnesses that were called by the Commonwealth astounds me still. And I don't even understand why. I did notice this, Violet. Violet says, notice how Court TV is focusing on Peggy a lot more after she was rolling her eyes yesterday. I did notice that. And I feel like it makes me sad because, you know, I understand. I get why she feels the way that she does. You know, if she starts to question what's going on here, there can be no closure. And there can be closure's not really the right word to use because, to be fair, there's not closure in situations like this. So the healing process cannot begin until this is resolved. So I understand why she feels the need to roll her eyes, and why she wants to believe in what the Commonwealth has told her. Thank you, Tosh. Tosh gifted a membership. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me and the channel. So Crocheting Bammy says, wouldn't you want to know the truth? I would want to know the truth. But I thankfully have never been in this situation. So for me to say how I would or wouldn't feel, or how I would or wouldn't handle it, is kind of unfair because I've never been in anything even remotely comparable to this. And when I started reading Terry Hobbs' book, where he talks about what was going on back at the time that the trials were going on in the West Memphis 3 case, it gave me a different perspective on families and how they move through this type of process. And for him, that's where it really came across as, you know, Pam had questions, and Pam Hobbs, Stevie Branch's mom, she never could, because she had questions, because she had doubts, because she couldn't understand what happened, she relived May 6th, which was the day that the boys were found, over and over and over on a loop. And it's Terry's opinion that is a huge part of the reason. This is his perspective now. I'm not saying that I agree with this part of it, but that his perspective is this is why their relationship, their marriage dissolved, because Pam could not move forward. She could not accept what had happened. And so I frequently wonder if part of the reason that the O'Keefe family and other families are so fervently believe law enforcement and the Commonwealth in this case is because they need that resolution to be able to move forward. And Sissy's mom, thank you so much for gifting a membership, babe. I appreciate that.
Back to
Thank you.
Slide from Dr. Welcher's.
Excuse me, Mr. Alessi. I do not want to interrupt. You know how I feel about this, about interrupting Mr. Alessi. But thank you so much, Sissy's mom, Jen. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. I really do appreciate that. All right, let's keep going.
Slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Wolk, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a text stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction, we could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, is after the end of the text stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According to.
And that's
Sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
And that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the text stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
I'm going to keep that up. And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer.
Sure.
So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the text stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
We can take that down and, with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, You only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I think need to be heard on this as well.
All right.
Oh my God. Brennan.
I'm so tired of you.
Why? Why do you need to be heard? Like right now. Here's the deal, bro. This came out this you've known about this, okay? This is another witness that the state intends to call, the Commonwealth, I should say, that they intend to call. So you knew about this. You knew that this likely was, you had to have known that there was the potential for this to come in. And I say that because, hold on a minute, I'm distracted. That cannot be. Is that the glarer right here? Is that who that is? Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. Rachel says, don't worry, a dose of Genlu. You're way prettier. Yeah, I feel like Judge Bev is no competition for me. Oh, wow. I did not know that with Annie Elise. Let's rewind that and see if we can see her too. I don't see her. Hold on. We'll get back live. Just give me a sec. I don't see her in the audience. Interesting. I know he's very passionate about this case, and you know, I can appreciate that because I felt like that. I feel like that about the West Memphis 3, so I get it. When you feel passionate about something, you feel passionate about it, and that's the way that it is. But I just like, you know, I don't get these sidebars. Why we're having a sidebar, why we need a sidebar at this time, I just don't get it. But I don't see her either. Oh wow, okay, thanks, Tess. But anywho, what I'll say is you had to have you are a defense attorney, okay, which is why I suspect the Commonwealth was anxious to get him on board in this case because I prosecutors view a case and they present a case a certain way. And you need, in this situation, because it's a retrial, I do think that you need a good prosecutor or a good defense attorney to understand how to get it, you know, how the defense would be present, what their counter is going to be. So that's what I would presume why the Commonwealth sought out Brennan, okay? But in this situation, y'all better put a stop payment on that check or deduct. I don't know. Y'all got to do something because this is not a $500,000 job in my estimation. If I'm here and I've got a good enough diploma, okay, a GED, and my nosy Parker butt would have looked this witness up, I would have gone to the company's website. I would have gone to the LinkedIn. I would have checked that CV 11 billion times. And then I would have sent that CV and all the links over to Tess, over to Neat Noodle, over to Allie, and over to Dr. B and had asked them to double, triple, and quadruple check the work to make sure, because I would not want this type of a situation. And if I can think of that with my good enough diploma, then 500, an attorney who's licensed, who's got their bar number, all the things, right, went through all the schooling, they should have been able to think of that too. So I feel like this was ridiculous, and this should have been something that they prepared for, and they didn't prepare for it. All of this cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. So they're going to come back, and then I think they're going to go to break. Let's see. Yeah. All right, here we go. Never mind. I was wrong. It's only 10:10.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Bev's not ready
Yes.
for her
Thank you.
misties.
Excuse me, Mr. Bridges. Sure. I'm going to present to you two documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first is Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And Exhibit CCC is one page out of Exhibit DDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one. And please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure. Okay.
Sir, can you please read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On Exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in Exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the Exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to Exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that Exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit DDD, Exhibit CCC into evidence and do not offer Exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay. The witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is Exhibit CCC a slide page out of Exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
Okay, now it'll...
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer Exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you. And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter Exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the 3 letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need that.
That the one that's in
Thank you.
the 1 page?
Yes. Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as Exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that 1-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish Exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand
Objection.
what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat that. Yes,
So
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right. In addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So, the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
In terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he
Okay.
was trying to do.
And so, do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 1162-2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. But my question, sir, is this. What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamps.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Let me see if I can clarify this in this my question.
Sure.
Do you believe, do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event 1162-2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that form.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what he, by his math, that he is demonstrating?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So,
Okay, look here, bro. We get it. You've said inaccurately 11 billion times. We get it. Mr. Alessi gets it. Judge Bev gets it. Brennan gets it. Karen gets it. Everybody in the friggin' audience gets it. And everybody watching on the internet gets it. You and the jury gets it. Okay, he did it inaccurately. Are you really sitting in that chair judging somebody else's math? You had the wrong damn date and you didn't know the difference between a bit and a byte. You need to stop.
I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162-2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on. And this methodology and approach of Mr. DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take that final analytical step that we've been talking about in your January 30th report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Oh, don't look over at Brennan. He can't help you.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Vogt. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162-2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you, yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague Dr. Welcher on 1162-2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
each one of and all of those three established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
Listen, Mr. Burgess Shannon with one N. What Mr. Alessi is asking you, it's very clear to me, and it should be, and I feel like it's clear to you. At this point, I feel like you are just being intentionally obtuse. Regardless of the fact that you believe that these things were adjusted inaccurately, even with your quote unquote correct adjustment, that text stream event in the Lexus occurred oh God, now I'm confused. Never mind. Let me just keep going because now it's pissed me off. Now I'm confused. Hold on. Let me rewind.
Correct.
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSoger, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take.
Okay. So I think what is happening here is that 111622 text event, I believe is going to be testified to that it was Karen Reed backing up and hitting John O'Keefe. I think that's I think that's what the expected testimony is going to be. And what the defense is pointing out is that how can that be if they all are in agreement that John O'Keefe, his phone had the button on the side was pushed to lock it after he was allegedly struck by Karen Reed's vehicle and flung into the yard. I think that's the point here.
Take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report.
And subsequently, he, according to his testimony, but it was a little bit muddled. The fact of the matter is it came out anyways and it slipped out on accident, on purpose. I don't know and I don't care because it doesn't matter. It came out. Brennan, I believe, asked him to do some adjusting to fill in holes.
You departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report in front of you?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take questions?
No, go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your January 30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
So if you don't address it in your report, bro, what is there to clarify? If there's nothing addressed, there's nothing that's unclear. Therefore, there's no need for clarification. And that is what the point is.
I'm so tired of you.
That you seem to be deliberately trying to miss.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
A clarification of something that was never even in your report to begin with. Why are you clarifying anything then?
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare?
Correct.
Now, in your May 8th, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay. So you used another method.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I understand it, that the call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other time frames as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the jury, in your January 30 report, where you ever made that statement.
Sure. So that would, it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science.
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the three-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data, yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a pinpoint in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
After, can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just need to pause because I did something really rude, and I don't like to be rude. I totally missed Carolyn Cooper's super chat, and I'd like to apologize for that. I didn't see it, and I'm so sorry. And thank you so much. That was incredibly generous, and I appreciate it very, very much. Thank you. I hope you accept my apology. I don't like to be rude, and I don't like to miss the stuff that you guys do, and acknowledge it. So I apologize for that. All right, let's hear Mr. Alessi. I'm so sorry.
Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct or not, occur after the text stream event 1162.2.
Sure.
So do you recall our discussion yesterday about the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand your, well, but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7.
Shannon with one N. How do you not? Okay, I understand what he's saying. It's not user interaction, meaning Mr. O'Keefe isn't opening an app on his phone at that time. Okay. But all of the testimony thus far from the Commonwealth and all of the witnesses that have testified that were at that after party, nobody saw John O'Keefe on the lawn or anywhere. He didn't come. They didn't see him here or there. They not in a fox, not with a box, in a box with a fox. None of that stuff happened. So if you are trying to establish that John O'Keefe was hit by Karen Reed's vehicle as she was backing up and flung into the Alberts yard over there by the flagpole, then how is it possible that his phone took 84 steps? That's what he's asking about. That's what he's talking about. How is that possible? How can you use some data and then when it doesn't fit your agenda, when it doesn't fit what you're trying to prove, which is confirmation bias, if you do this, you ignore data that doesn't fit your hypothesis. That's a problem, bro.
In your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
You concluded to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote, the infotainment module power on events were on average recorded 3 seconds after the ignition release or finger off, correct?
Correct.
That means that your own testing requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the TechStream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay. Sir, a TechStream data event.
Hold on a minute. Back the milk truck up. Did Judge Bev just say keep going? She didn't want to take a break? Look at you, Judge Bev. You must be quite smitten with Mr. Alessi at this point, because I can't account for why you would do that. It's so anti-you. It's so off-brand. I'm shook.
like 1162-2, does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're involved in accident reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no on
No, I do not.
So you have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
that. Sustained.
What understanding do you have after reading Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to. Sustained.
Do you have any understanding? Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I don't know what the objection is, honestly, because at the end of the day, he's already testified to what his understanding of that report or that slide presentation by Dr. Welcher is. So I don't actually get what the issue here is and why I don't know if it's the form. Because I'm not an attorney, obviously, so I can't I can't speak to what the potential objection may not be. Whatever it is, they're going to sidebar. Let's see. Let me make it go.
And I'm
Hold on,
going to
I went
start.
too far.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Burgess. I would like to go back to the line of questioning I was starting, and that is I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion, and I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report?
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
My advice after you pick your head up from is not to read ahead, Shannon, with one N, because it's not going to help you. Your report
Thank you.
is caca.
Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these 2 events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and TechStream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of TechStream events, 1162-1 and 1162-2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that TechStream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a TechStream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do see collision.
You see the word use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying TechStream events 1162-1 and 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
Boom shakalaka. This means that you did in fact know what you were looking at, why you were asked to analyze this data, that this had to do with an alleged collision. Stop playing with these people. Shannon with one N.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report, no.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every TechStream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have TechStream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a TechStream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a tech stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to tech stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a tech stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By
Correct.
itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A tech stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's just 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
Uh-oh, Judge Bev is really changing it up, you guys. She's saying 20 minutes, not about 20 minutes. She's not saying 15 to 20 minutes, not 20 to 25 minutes. Let's take 20 minutes. Look at you, Judge Bev. Holy moly. Somebody check that is not a pod person. Is that really Judge Bev? Wow. Okay. So this entire testimony is problematic. And let me just say this. I really appreciate the fact that Mr. Alessi isn't just phoning it in. Okay? That he's going through this gentleman's report and really fully analyzing the data that he and what his conclusions are and how he got to those and all of that, even though the Commonwealth at this point has not put on any evidence that John O'Keefe died as a result of being hit by a vehicle. Okay? They haven't. Even if you feel that Karen Reed is guilty and that the state's theory of the crime is correct, surely you can acknowledge that as of today, which is day 19 of testimony, there hasn't been a single witness who's testified that John O'Keefe's injuries and that ultimately caused his death were the result of being hit by a vehicle, let alone the rest of it that they have to prove that it was Karen's vehicle and that Karen was operating the vehicle. I think that we can all agree to that point. Will they be able to prove it? I don't know. Oop, I didn't mean to hit my mic. Sorry about your earbuds. Will they be able to prove it? I don't know. I don't know. All right. Now, I promised that there would be a little funny story about my waxing incident. Okay. So last week, I was standing in the kitchen with my daughter, and she said to me, "Mom, I can see a little hair above your lip." Now, I want you guys to know I am 48 years old. Okay. I turned 48 years old in January. Okay. I have never had any hair anywhere on my face other than like my eyebrows. You know, I don't have peach fuzz. I don't have any of that. For whatever reason, I didn't get it. My mom had it. My sister has it, but I didn't. And I was like, "Oh my God, are you serious?" And she's like, "Yes. And you've never had that. I'm shocked." So I was like, all right, I'm going to get some wax. So that's what I did. Well, I got a little too rough in the removal process and pulled some hair and some skin. So I put in a work order at the for the apartment because the AC is running and running and running and running and running and not really shutting off, and it's also not getting to temp. Okay. Now, I know that you have to be reasonable with where you set your thermostat here in Texas. You can get about 20 degrees cooler. That's it. That's all, especially with the humidity, all the things. I'm aware of this. I know these things. This ain't my first rodeo. Okay. So, yesterday, the maintenance guy came over. Okay. And y'all, when I was explaining to him what was going on, I know homeboy was looking at these little, like, they look like little burns on my face. And I know he was thinking to himself, what the hell did that lady do to her mug? So let me just say this. I will not be using the wax method anymore. Frankly, I didn't really even need to use wax in the first damn ass place. Tweezers would have sufficed. But I thought, I'm getting older. I'm getting older. My eyesight isn't as good anymore. Perhaps wax would be more effective just to get the hairs that I can't see. Okay. Wrong, getting wrong. That was a bad mistake. I'm never doing that again. I will be using, hey, Tess, would you do me a favor, babe? Would you email me the name of that stuff that you use? I'll be using that again. And also, I have a follow-up to that question. For those of you guys who use that cream that Tess was talking about earlier, is it suitable for really sensitive skin? Because I do have really, really sensitive skin. Like, it's sensitive everywhere. All my skin is sensitive. Like, I can only use one type of bar soap because if I use anything else, it's a problem. Okay. But for whatever reason, even though my skin is super sensitive, regardless of what scent of body wash I use from Bath and Body Works, I'm fine. It never bothers me. But yeah, I shan't be using the wax again. That was a nightmare. Just an absolute nightmare. It still hurts, you guys, and I don't know what to do about it. Like, I don't know how to get the healing process to heal quicker. I feel like if I was younger, it would have healed faster. I mean, to be fair, I did it on Saturday. Okay. We're only on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We're only on day 3. It's actually healing pretty good, but you guys know me. Okay. Waiting is not something that I'm good at. Patience also, I get a needs improvement in that area as well. I'm just not good at it. Now, I want to go back and I want to watch the audience because now I'm curious. We're going to play a little game I like to call Where is Annie Elise? So let's go back and look, see if we can't see her. Let's see. I'm going to go. I think this is where we need to be. I feel like this is when they panned over to the audience when we had this discussion. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you, Tess. You're the best. Just the absolute. You guys are all so great. And I still, I cannot, it's stuck in my crawl. I feel so bad that I didn't acknowledge Carol and Cooper's super chat from way earlier. I feel bad about that. I don't like for you guys to ever feel that I don't like I don't care or I'm not grateful, because I am. And I just feel bad about it. I like to acknowledge when people do things that are nice. I still feel bad. This is really gonna bug me until the end of the day. So, is this not the spot? I feel like this is the spot, because it feels like when the camera panned and we were talking about it. We'll just leave it here and see what happens. Vinny's not there either. Oh, there. I think I see her. I see her. Hold on. Slower pan. Hold on. I'll pause it when she's there. She's right here. There she is. That's the best pause I can do, because unless I slow it way down. But there's Annie Elise. There's the glare. There we go. Problem solved. Question solved. We've got it. Mystery solved. Woohoo! Yay, Bendy. All right. Just so you guys know, I will be streaming all day. You know what else I didn't know? I didn't realize. I don't know why I thought this. Maybe because I'm thinking back to high school. So when I went to high school in Texas, we got out usually like the last day of May. Okay. And I was thinking that Memorial Day was like the 30th or the 31st for whatever reason. Who knows why I thought that? I don't know why I thought that. Sissy Small, you're so funny. I don't actually ignore. Sometimes I just don't see. 99.9% of the time, actually, really, let's be honest, it's 100% of the time, I just miss shit. And I really think that whenever Carolyn Cooper sent that super chat, I know exactly what I was doing. I was listening to the trial, but I was on a completely different window. I was making this. Hold on.
I'm so tired of you.
That's what I was doing. And so I missed it. And then I feel bad about it. Okay. Anyway, remember I was telling you guys that Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie is going to have her lung biopsy after Memorial Day. Well, Memorial Day is Monday. I did not realize that. And Thursday, she goes and has an echocardiogram. They noticed, I think this is part of the prep for her surgery, because a year ago, she had one done and there was a little fluid around her heart. And apparently, whatever the fluid, however much, see, that would be like a big deal to me. But it wasn't for them. So, and they're in the best place to know whether it's a big deal or it's not a big deal, right? And I have to say that she sees the Cook's Children's Network of doctors. Okay. So I cannot complain about them. They are super on it all the time. So if they didn't think it was anything, then it's probably nothing. So she goes to have that done on Thursday. And I did not realize, because when my daughter told me about what was going on and we decided that we were going to take her to the water park, because her one big thing that she absolutely wanted to do this summer was learn to swim. And I promised her that by the end of the summer, Granny would have her swimming like a fish. Okay. And I'm so sad about that, but it's fine. We can adjust. We will adjust. It's just a bummer. So, and I couldn't figure out, like, why does it have to be so soon? Like, we got time. Why does it have to be this weekend, right? Well, duh, Granny, because Memorial Day is freaking Monday, okay? So, I will be streaming all day for the rest of the days that we're here. Also, just for more, keeping scheduling purposes, Thursday is when Megan Boswell is scheduled to be sentenced for the rest of the charges that she was convicted on, okay, or convicted of, okay? I think what I will do is I think I'll do a stream just for that sentencing hearing Friday. That way, you know, we're all used to coming and hanging out from 7:55 to 3:52 because Judge Bev wants the jurors out of the courtroom and off the property by 4 o'clock. Um, so that's what we'll do. But anyway, that's, you know, I think that's how we'll handle the schedule. Hey, Jay Rose, good to see you. Also, hey, Sky Flashed, I missed saying hi to you earlier. So that's, I think, what we'll do, because I want to be able to really focus on all the things with respect to Megan Boswell. I covered her trial. I followed that case. So that's what we're going to do. Also, for you guys who are following Donna Adelson's trial, upcoming trial, let me just tell you what is going on there, okay? Remember when we talked about it and I had said that the state said that they had gotten a tip. Based on that tip, they were conducting an investigation. Okay. As I understand it, now let me tell you where I got this information from. I got this information from Mentor Lawyer, who is Deep Dive True Crime. He has done incredible work on the murder of Dan Markell, all of it. So I stay tuned to his channel to keep up with it, because there are only so many hours in the day and I can only watch so much. And I've got to be able to fit in a little like TV that I don't have to actually like think about. Okay. Sometimes my brain just needs a break. So, anyway, the way that I understand it is this: there is somebody who is either currently in jail or was in jail with Donna Adelson, who tipped off the prosecution that Donna Adelson is shopping around and has talked some smack and made some threats about some of the defense attorneys. And somehow it also ties in with their oldest son, who is estranged from the family, his testimony. It is a whole mess. Donna Adelson, essentially, the way that I understood it, okay, is Donna Adelson seems to be shopping around for a hitman in jail. Okay. There's more wiretaps. There's more there. I don't know what Donna is thinking of, quite frankly. At the end of the day, look, lady, you got caught already once. So what is your solution? Oh, YOLO. She's out here at this point, and maybe some of you guys will get this reference, maybe some of you might not, but living like Larry. Okay. Out here just living like Larry, doesn't give a rat's fat kneecap, is fully aware of all of her conversations except for the ones with her attorney, which are private communications, okay? They're being recorded. They are subject to monitoring at any time, every time, all the time. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. No, she does not care. She's still in there just talking her fool head off, okay? And the interesting part, and I don't think that this is not ironic, but it is interesting. Okay. Donna Adelson wants two people who spent time with her while she was awaiting trial in jail, right? She wants them to be witnesses for her because they were in jail at the time that Catherine McManus was being held at the county jail to testify in Charlie Adelson's trial. And they heard Catherine McManus say some things, and she wants them to be witnesses. So, yeah, Donna, you know how the jail snitches work. So stop playing with these people out here. I don't know what she's thinking. Yes, Rachel, she's like a honey badger. She does not give an F. And then, and this is how she's behaving, okay, in the jail. All right. And then she takes exception, which it's coming by way of her attorney, who in one of the last hearings that I covered said something to the effect in her closing argument before the judge that Donna is being referred to as the gangster grandma, what else was she, something else. They called her something else. The puppet master, the godmother, like that. Okay. Yet, duh and or hello, that's what her behavior is indicative of, Donna. Like the entitlement that this woman has and possesses. Maybe that's why your back hurts, Donna, because you're walking around with a whole lot of audacity, ma'am. And I feel for Dan Markel's family in this. This has taken an extremely long amount of time to get to this point. Okay. And the trial has been pushed back. Her attorneys want the Judge Everett off the case. They don't want him trying Donna. They don't want him presiding. He's not trying Donna. They don't want him presiding over Donna's trial. That's not going to happen. It's, whatever, but all these delays. And what that does, I understand that Donna, regardless, she does have the right to a fair trial. And I do support that right. I do. For every defendant, even people like Donna Adelson, people like Stephen Stearns, they have the right to a fair trial, and they should receive a fair trial. You better watch her, neat noodle, Donna. It probably is coming for your purple crown. Whew. Oh no, Sissy's mom, I'm sorry you broke your brush, and your favorite brush at that. So yeah, she deserves a fair trial, and I get that. Okay. But I also know that Dan Markel deserves justice. Dan Markel's family deserves to see that justice. Okay, Donna, and you're taking 7 years because at the end of the day, what you're pulling is a bunch of bullshit. Okay, that's what's going on. It's a bunch of buffoonery. I'm over it. I've had enough. It's annoying to me. Let's get this show on the road. Don't you guys worry. I will be covering that trial. Okay. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I am, you're right. Crocheting Bammy is absolutely right. Crocheting Bammy says, because we have to make sure when they are convicted, they stay convicted. Absolutely. 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 And speaking of getting convicted and staying convicted, let's talk a little bit really quickly while we're just kicking it here about Linda Sturmer's allocution yesterday. Girl, 2 juries, 2 of them, not 1, 2, found you guilty. Okay? And here you are having the unmitigated gall to fix your mouth to say that Todd Sturmer's death was a result of an accident. Girl, bye. You set that man on fire, and when you saw him escaping, you ran over him with your van. There is no reasonable explanation for you to have been leaving the house, right, and leaving in your van, presumably to go get help, all right, and driving forward. He was running out of the front of the house. Why were you driving forward? Was that you had to back up out of that driveway? Stop playing with these people. It was not an accident. Let me tell you who was an accident. You accidentally got caught. That's what the accident was. That's what you didn't mean to happen. You didn't mean to get caught. That's the only accident in this situation, ma'am. Ugh. And I tried. Because I didn't watch her original trial, and I didn't watch any of like the Datelines or the 2020s or the 48 hours or any of the things pertaining to her case. I watched none of that. And I watched her trial every single day. Okay. And I went in there with an open mind. All right. But the facts is the facts. The evidence is the evidence, ma'am. You guilty, guilty, guilty. What you need to be doing is apologizing. You need to apologize to your first and foremost to your sons. That's who you need to apologize to. You start there, and then you work your way down to apologizing to Todd's mother, Todd's brother, Todd's sisters, everybody. But you need to start with your sons. It's ridiculous. Crocheting Bammy says, why don't people like that learn that they aren't helping themselves by not taking responsibility? I don't know. And then, even after, okay, so she says it's an accident. And then she makes some speech about me and my legal team are ready for the battle ahead. You got lucky the first time. All right. There were some errors in your trial. And ultimately, the appellate court decided that because of those errors, you didn't receive a fair trial. All right. So they overturned your conviction. You were out on bail, and awaiting retrial. You were out on bail for 8 years because your conviction was overturned. No, you were out on bail for 5 years, right? Because she got out in 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 27 years. You were out for 7 years. Okay, on bail, you were free. You got booed up. We saw your boyfriend in the gallery, and he pulled some BS too on Messenger, talking with a witness. Wrongity wrong. But yeah. You should have, prepared for the long battle. I just cannot believe her audacity. I just can't. I just can't. And I do want to talk a little bit briefly about what Sky Flash said earlier in the chat about going to TikTok live reactions and seeing the amount of snark that Peggy O'Keefe is getting from the live reactions audience. I feel for Mrs. O'Keefe. Look, her son is law enforcement, right? John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer. I think she believes that that law enforcement does their job of protecting and serving, and that that while they may have not conducted this investigation perfectly, okay, that the results are correct. And I mean, think about it from her perspective, okay? Would you rather believe that what happened to your son was an accident. Like Karen didn't, that's why she's charged the way she is. The state's not saying that she thought about it like Linda Sturmer, and ran over John O'Keefe intentionally. The state says it was an accident. Would you rather believe that it was an accident, or would you rather believe that your son went to somebody's home and there was a fight and all of these people worked together to cover up what happened to your son? Which would be easier to believe? I just I feel hold on. There is part of me, a huge part of me, that understands why Mrs. O'Keefe believes what she believes. Okay. I get it. I think that, hold on. I feel badly for her. And there might come a point in time where she can reconcile all of the issues that, we see going on in the trial and how stuff isn't lining up and it doesn't, it doesn't all add up. I'm checking right now, Nate. All right, hold on. Hold on a minute, you guys. So Neat just sent me, hold on. Neat just sent me a review that somebody wrote of Mr. Shannon with one N, Burgess, and it's Alan Jackson. It's obviously not Alan Jackson, but the user is Alan Jackson, 5-star review. Here is what was written. Highly impressed with the work of Shannon Burgess. Could not be any more pleased with him. Oh my God. You see, I told you so, Shannon with one N. The internet remains undefeated. And this is just the beginning. All right, here we go. Have a great physical therapy, Sissy's mom. Thank you for sending me that, Nate. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Lessie, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You had said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You
Yep.
could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And, for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So, sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it, yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Ms. Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Ms. Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Ms. Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Ms. Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
Of what year?
of 2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications
Who's grading these tests that you passed? Blind monkeys? That's all.
regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
Okay.
You would-
Let me just say this. Those examples are ridiculous on their face because they were not asked to opine and give opinions respective to their fields in a court of law in a criminal trial. Okay. I don't have any certificate. Well, I do have a certificate, but I don't have a bachelor's degree or anything like that either. I have a good enough diploma and I have a certificate in medical billing and coding. Okay. I'm not trying to get up there and testify as an expert witness. Shut up.
become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved of filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data-bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
Mr. Brennan, all of this information that you just asked about his CV versus his LinkedIn versus his recognition on the Aperture website was also all available to you. And had you bothered to look, you're being paid $500,000 allegedly, apparently, according to the internet. So who knows? It might be more, it might be less. Regardless, did you bother to check? Did you bother to have anybody check? Okay. So you didn't. There you go. That's falls under the category of your problem. Also, let me just say this too. The issue with the whole education and the CV and the LinkedIn and the Aperture website has to do with deception. Okay? That's it. That's all.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
Okay. And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Sorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mrs. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which, if you remember yesterday, we talked about it a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Okay, the Cash, the ultimate amended death certificate lists the cause of death of John O'Keefe as blunt trauma to the head and hypothermia, and the manner of death was listed as undetermined.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay, so this was triple D for identification. That will be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize, and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Could we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page, again, is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
If we turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly point when the three-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Okay. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the three-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that three-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that three-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3 second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3 second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts?
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the three-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the three-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Should we turn to the next page, please? Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay. Please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, at 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those 4 first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first 5 events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, asking questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call. The call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogra's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the 3-point turn. And now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We can turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got 2 different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are.
You don't even know what the charts say. Stop it right now. We need a moment. We just need this moment.
I am so tired of you.
Calculated in this, and it's also done with the 3-second delay as well adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last 2 calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is minus 21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the minus 20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the three-point turn. It's, right before the three-point turn begins. And the minus 21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The minus 20 and minus 21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the three-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments, and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that was finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach, please, on scope?
Oh my God, Brennan, what are you trying to do? First of all, if your own witness cannot understand the friggin' charts, how do you expect the jury to understand the charts? It's just in from Tess, who's been on it this morning, sending me all the things. There's some breaking news with the jury and how they're feeling. Per Christina Rex, a reporter, one juror stretching his arms. another woman standing and stretching, at least 4 jurors staring off into space. Fantastic. Okay. 2, taking notes or reviewing their notes. I don't post these often because A, I'm not a mind reader, and B, rarely are their reactions super notable. Well, thank you for that late breaking news from Christina X, or from Christina Rex via test. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My goodness. I mean, like I said, if your own witness can't understand and decipher and speak about the charts, how in the actual F do you expect the jury to? I'm trying not to sleep. Me. And I volunteered to be here today. Okay. Like nobody sent me a summons, and I'm, required by law to show up every day at 7:55 a.m. No. I'm here voluntarily, and I'm trying hard to stay awake because I don't know what this redirect is supposed to be. I don't know what point he's trying to drive home. I don't know how he's trying to mitigate any of the damage that was done by Mr. Alessi on Cross, but bruh, it ain't happening. In fact, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, this.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
I mean, that's how I feel right now. Dumber. It's just too much. Yes, Violet, he is wearing the same suit. And the only reason I know that is because I noted the tie yesterday. Goodness. It's 12, almost 12 o'clock here, which means it's almost 1 o'clock there. What do you guys think? You think when we come back from this sidebar, that Judge Bev is going to be like, y'all go to lunch? Like, what do you? Hold on. Let's see what she says. How much? How long, Judge Bev?
A 50-minute lunch because the reason I was I thought it would be quicker than my fault. So go for lunch. And
all right, they're going to lunch.
Yep, thank you.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebook, follow me.
All right, let's see now if after the jury has exited, has vacated the courtroom, if we come back to the OnlyFans or will we come back to a sidebar that we can all hear? While we're waiting for that, let me go over here to my email and show you guys what Tess sent me during the break. Okay. All right. This is on the Twitter X's, the X Twitters. Okay. Are you ready? Let me pause this because I want to show you guys. I want to make it full screen. All right. Let me make sure that's on the screen. Hold on. There's a little delay. So I just want to make sure. Okay, cool. We can see it. All right, here we go. This is where he went wrong. Okay, this is what the problem is with his timeline. Ready? Here we go. All right. Basically, he's got the date wrong. Now, you may ask yourselves, why? Why does this matter? Well, if you aren't careful and you aren't showing, hold on. If you're not careful and you're showing the wrong date, right? We know that there's been a lot of copy pasta by this witness. He loves a copy and paste. But I think my issue would be, did you copy pasta? Did you even analyze the correct data on the correct day prior to making this timeline?
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watcher. So we know that
Hey,
you're true crime
Jesse.
fans, but are
What's
you
up?
also in a
So that is my question. Is yes, and thank you, Tess, for sending this because I couldn't figure out what he was talking about. Tess says this really did help me understand a bit more as I was getting lost in the chaos. Yes. Neat says, oh, I couldn't figure out what they were talking about. Me either. Tess says, if you miss the damn date, it's like, what else did you miss? Exactly. The bad data in, right, equals bad results out. If your job is to analyze data and you cannot, and you get the dates wrong, okay? Did you get the dates wrong because it was a typo, it was an error, or did you, and this is for the jury, because I do think that what he used was other known and not in dispute data points. For example, Karen backing out of John O'Keefe's garage, that type of thing. She did those at those times, so that's not in dispute. But if I'm sitting on the jury, okay, and I'm listening to this, I'm questioning everything. And if one thing is wrong on your graph of your PowerPoint presentation on your timeline, then what else is wrong? Did you even analyze the data for the correct date? That's where I would be. And the fact is, did they violate? When did they do this? Because I actually do like microdots. I've watched their stuff. I've never shared any of their stuff before because I feel like, I don't know. I feel like they do such a great job. And here we go. Oh, I'll tell you what. I will play a tiny part of this because this was done 9 hours ago, and I don't want to. I usually like to wait at least 24 hours, but this is actually a really good illustration. So we'll play oops, hold on. We'll play a little bit of it, and then hold on. We'll play a little of it, and then we'll stop. But if somebody could grab Microdots channel, I can grab it. Let me not be lazy. All right, let's see what's going on here. We'll play a little bit of it, and then you guys can go. I'll put the link in the video in the chat so you can watch the rest of it.
Special thanks to Olivia Lambo for pointing this out. Follow her on X. Let's set the stage. It's day 18 of the grueling case against Karen Reed. Judge Beverly Cannoni, long accused of harboring a bias in favor of the prosecution, is eager to wrap up an excruciating day of cross-examination. On the stand is Commonwealth expert witness Shannon Burgess, who's just been exposed for lying about his educational credentials and misrepresenting his communications with lead prosecutor Hank Brennan. And Brennan himself has been hemorrhaging credibility for putting such a deeply flawed witness on the stand in the first place.
Were you notified within the last 72 hours that someone from the defense accessed your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
This is almost certainly a lie. For his employer, Aperture Forensics, to remove that link, They must have been notified somehow that his educational background was of interest to the defense, that is information only he would know, as the holder of the account.
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Are you concerned that the link expiration is indicative of where your job is going to be when you are done testifying in this trial? I would be.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
And at the end of his disastrous testimony, Aperture Forensics went a step further and added this watermark stating, not for expert designation to his biography on their website. Another reputation ruined for taking part in this fabricated case. Burgess is experiencing involuntary facial spasms under the extreme pressure.
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
That is correct.
Wow.
What about the credentials? Anything on his credentials at all?
Idea of it's called fraudulent. It's fraudulent. It's a lie.
Tell it, Karen. It's
And you
fraudulent.
have not
It's a
obtained
lie.
it as you sit here today.
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Once Robert
Wait a minute. Back the milk truck up with errors or misinterpretation. Who misinterpreted it, sir? Who? Oh, God. How do you misinterpret when you say that your education includes a Bachelor of Science? How do you misinterpret that, bro?
Alessi finishes dismantling the witness over his false claims about his credentials, he shifts focus to the larger issue at hand. He presses Shannon Burgess on the revisions made to his report, alterations that conveniently adjusted the Commonwealth's timeline midway through the trial. Although Hank Brennan previously claimed to be surprised by the updated report, no one seriously believes that. Alessi methodically uses the report's own language to demonstrate it was, in fact, revised at Brennan's direction.
You did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
Sure did.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
Generally.
So let's do the timeline on this. January 30th, 2025, you prepare your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162-1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about TechStream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after witnesses, of course, are appearing, you prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
And that's your May 8th report.
Correct.
Right in the middle of this trial.
Correct.
Correct.
That's not shady or suspect at
I'm
all.
going to read the first line of your May.
Hold on, before he reads that, I bet you that what's going on between Shannon with one N and Mr. Brennan over there is, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do, yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
All right, I'm not going to share any more of that because I feel like you guys should just go watch Microdot's video in its entirety. The link is in the chat, and I'll go back later and put it in the description because that's really great work to be able to take hours and hours of testimony and boil it down so succinctly is quite impressive, but it also takes a lot of work. And I don't want to take away from that work. I know how hard that work is. So I only really actually intended to go to the 4-minute mark, but I went a little bit over. So thank you, Microdots, for that great, hold on a second, that great video. Sorry, I'm distracted because the only fan is being really weird. And I'm just going to put it over here on pause and let it catch up. So Gretchen says, hey, welcome back, babe. Gretchen says, it took me 15 years to get my AA, another 15 to get 2 classes short of my BS. I had to stop due to medical issues. And, you know, here's the thing. For me personally, it's not the fact that it's taken him a long time. That happens. You know, the truth of the matter is the world has changed. You know, a lot of people, almost every people, need to work a full-time job as well as go to school in effort to pay for school. I mean, that's just facts. And so at the end of the day, for it to take a long time, that's not even the issue. It's the fact that he lied about it. It's the deception about it for me. And frankly, I have to wonder what is going on over there at Aperture if they haven't figured this out either. Like, don't you screen your employees? You're charging money. And I don't give a rat's fat kneecap who you're charging money to, whether it's the Commonwealth in this case, whether it's another prosecution, whether it's a defense, whether it is, you know, like a different sort, like a personal client. Like it does not matter. Not a personal, like if it's going on civilly, whether it's criminal, whether it's civil, I don't give a rat's fat kneecap. You, as the company, are also responsible for this buffoonery that occurred. Hank Brennan is responsible for the buffoonery in that he should have known that. I know, Mac. I can't believe it either. I'm just as shocked. He should have checked. It's incumbent upon him. And he didn't. He didn't. And that's the problem. And because he didn't do any checking at all whatsoever, what ended up happening is that, you know, this came out on cross-examination, and it makes the state look horrible, which they are horrible. Okay, don't get me wrong, they are horrible. But for somebody getting paid the amount of money that I'm sure Mr. Brennan is getting paid to not cross the I's and dot the T's is especially annoying. Take pride in your work, bro. You could have gotten around this if you would have taken the time. You might not have been so eager to get this guy on the stand, so much so that you know, went before Judge Bev and, you know, please, Judge, let us get this guy in. Please, 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 please. And then it falls completely apart. And that's your own fault. Nobody to blame but yourself. You should have done your work correctly. All right, hang on a second. All right. I don't really know what to play you guys right now because I need a human break. So I'll tell you what. Let's just go back and listen to more Mr. Alessi, as he is my very favorite. And then we will see where we are at that point. All right, here we go. Because I need a human being break. All right, here we go. Let me turn this back up.
Questions, correct?
Incorrect.
Hold on.
There was no discussion in your direction. On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct examination about having certifications in Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear?
No, if I misheard your question, it was.
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it, sir,
Sure.
in case I misspoke. On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Yes, correct.
However, on your direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up your educational background at all
Correct.
on direct examination, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think they would be equally important in both, but yes.
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
Correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter, as they matter and as you testify to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your PowerPoint presentation that you discussed extensively before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32 of the presentation Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday? And, Your Honor, with your permission to publish.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Woke? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, to just give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe's residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woke, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01 p.m.
12:35:01, correct.
I'm sorry, thank
Yes.
you, 12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Woke. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, this timestamp is.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Woke. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Ms. Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I don't have this.
Okay.
Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly not down to the second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Sure.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's what
January 29th, correct.
It's January 29th, 2022. And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct, yes, it is January 30th, yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No, so these events occurred on January 30th. If I misspoke and said the 29th, yes.
Okay. You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies, as you say, down to the second, correct?
Correct.
But your discussion of the timeline on each of these slides, on each of these key events, is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct,
But
yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that, yes.
And that was your testimony yesterday, what you spoke about.
Yes.
Let's turn to a different topic.
Also, I would like to point out that these timelines were used on direct. So once again, they were used on direct. Mr. Brennan didn't catch the discrepancy. More examples of Mr. Brennan not paying attention to the details. And quite frankly, the thing about details is this. Sometimes we human beings get too fixated on details that are not important, okay? But in this case, because the timeline is so tight, seconds are crucial. And certainly a whole day would be equally as crucial. And this, I don't understand this at all. I don't understand how you don't see this. You're working on this. It's your work. And I don't understand how the prosecution doesn't see this. Sorry, I've got the hiccups. This is your witness. Let's just keep going a little bit further. Let's see what else Mr. Leslie brings out, because this is fascinating to me, and it's easier and I understand it better the second time around.
Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf. Actually, to mitigate the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday, between independent clocks. Am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies, and when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
I do.
And how it's designed to prevent bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I do.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could, yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the text stream event 1162.2 in your January 30th report, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't even mention either the phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Right, to Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Neat Noodle says, I'm not actually that bent out of shape about him typing the wrong date. I'm more concerned about his methods and my perceived shadiness of the quote-unquote expert. I think it's indicative for me personally, and I get what you're saying. I think it goes hand in hand with the perceived shadiness, and it goes to his methods, okay? Because for me, it's indicative of his work ethic. If it was one typo one time, I could let that go. But 5 typos, that's a problem. To me, that tells me that he's not careful and he doesn't check his work, which when your work consists of interpreting data from a vehicle and cross-referencing it with known and not in dispute timestamps of specific events, and you don't go back and double check your work, then I question all of your work. To me, that is indicative, like I said, of work ethic and how careful you are at applying methodology. That's my problem. It's a problem for me. And he won't, as Crocheting Bammy points out, he won't even admit he made a mistake. That's a clear sign of bias. The fact that all of the Commonwealth's witnesses that handled any part of the investigation won't admit that they made a mistake is a problem to me. They're all like that. It's almost like a prerequisite to be called by the Commonwealth in this case, that if you get called out on something, get real indignant. The more indignant you get and the less willing the less willing you are to admit a mistake or an error, then the more we want to have you on the stand. Ooh, Alessi.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Yes.
Excuse me.
Sure.
Exhibit BBB for ID. Thank you.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and then pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
Okay, sure.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Sure. So this is a graph that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BBB for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the information that you discussed in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
I offer Exhibit BBB for identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context.
see you at sidebar instead of before?
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the three-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
So this data, just to reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of, reading in the far right-hand column, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet, you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report on January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't believe so.
We'll come back to it. I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th report. So, in your opinion, we can leave that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast. With your Honor's permission, can we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
sure,
you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down, thank you, Mr. Wope. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a copy of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra, yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is...
Sustained.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on the, what would you like to call it? Do you call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure, we can.
I want
we
to
can
use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Yeah, slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 1162 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a text stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely, absolutely. Could we publish what is in evidence of what is 188?
Okay?
And I'm also, sir, at your request, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
Sure.
that, if we have 188, we'll just give them the actual marked exhibit. You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke. Now, if we could enlarge the text, we don't need the map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2, what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
Correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available, if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 1162-2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 1162-2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Okay, so we should be getting pretty close now to where they're back from lunch, give or take a few minutes. Judge Bev, she needs her time. Whew. this is what I'm saying. Neat Noodle says there has to be several more. A dose of Jen Lu. We have learned nothing yet that indicates that Karen Reed hit and killed John O'Keefe. Exactly. We we have heard nothing. There's been no evidence. None. And I'm just blown away by it. Really, I am. I don't understand it. I've never seen anything quite like this in all my livelong days of watching trials ever. Usually that's like one of the first things that the prosecution lays out is this is how the victim died. But in this situation, if you don't have it, I guess there's no way for you to prove it. I mean, I don't know. It's like the proof does not exist. I suppose you can't put it on. It's mind-boggling to me that they even thought this would be a good idea to pursue a second time. That's the other part that I can't get past. Cash Cash Hearts Bev. I can't. Oh, I am harsh. I'm very blunt. I am. I have always been that way. Always. Even as a kid, I was blunt. It's probably the reason why I didn't get along great with kids my own age. I got along great with older kids. I guess they could take it. But kids my own age, not so much. I appreciate that, Cash. Do you guys think that we'll get another witness today, or do you think Brennan sees that there's so much cleanup on aisle 12 with this witness that it's going to take the rest of the day before we get another witness? What do you guys think? 'Cause it's almost 1:00 now in Texas, so that means it's almost 2:00 in Massachusetts. I just, Judge Bev, she's not, and there's only 3.5 days. So that means we have a full day Wednesday and then a half day Thursday, I believe. Also, just remember that Friday, even though Megan Boswell's sentencing hearing is May 22nd, I'm going to do it on Friday. That way, it's hard on me to do a stream all day and then do a stream at night and then get up in the morning. Because usually when I get finished with the stream at night, I have to wind down. And so that takes longer. And so I end up going to bed later. And then I'm dragging butt the next day, i.e. today. I'm dragging a little bit at Butte. And I know tonight for sure, I have a picture above my sink of pears, and my little granddaughter, Chiki Nagi Patpai Esquire, was asking if she could have the pears. And what she's really asking is she wants to try pears. So I bought pears at the grocery store. I need to take those down to her so that she can have them. And I need to check on her because yesterday she was running a little bit of a fever and just not feeling all that great. So I just want to check on her. But Tosh says, same here, boo. Hence why I'm now 30 and have friends who are 50 plus. Well, I consider you to be a friend, Tosh. And just so you know, I am not in the 50 plus category. I am barely, but yet still in the under 50 category. Oh. Oh, did you? Ooh, Tosh also says that she also heard Leilani Simon is having a ball in prison. Sarcasm. I hope she's having a fantastic time. I hope that she is having a wonderful time. Cash says those evening friends are a bad influence, Bendy. Oh, I wish that I could meet in the middle, but there's literally no way to cover a trial unless like for example, whenever are you? I didn't know that, Tosh. Um like with Lori Vallow, I can cover um Karen Reed's trial during the day and cover Lori's at night because, first of all, the time difference makes it easy. And when you really break down the time difference, there's really only like 3.5, maybe 4 hours of actual testimony in Lori's trial. And I can pretty well get through that in a couple of hours, maybe 3 hours. Um, if I speed up the testimony a little bit, plus skipping through breaks and pauses and all that stuff. So, oh, I'm like your other mom. Oh, well, thank you, Tosh. My kids might be like, run away. You don't want her for a mom. How is Danny doing? Yes, Violet, that's the important question. How is Danny doing? I'm curious about him. I hope he's doing well. And he seems like he found his way to sobriety and is maintaining sobriety. But I hope he's doing well. So, yeah, with Lori, I'll definitely be able to cover Karen during the day and Lori at night. There's no way, you guys, that I'm not going to cover Lori. And here's why. Okay. Let me tell yes, we're going to get to that. Cash says it should be a fun job, not a chore. Let me tell you why this is going to be a fun job. Okay. In case you missed it. With Lori, okay, the potential exists on Lori's witness list again, but they have not been precluded from testifying yet. But on her witness list is Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. And I don't think they were on her witness list last time. They weren't, that I can remember. I've kind of blocked that out. But anyway, the potential exists for them to be witnesses called by the defense. Now, I don't know what is going through Lori Vallow Daybell Esquire's mind and if she thinks that they are going to be able to help her in any way, shape, or form, considering they testified against her in Idaho, but that's neither here nor there. But the potential exists for them to be witnesses. And that, to me, is what I'm living for. I know that Lori has wanted to confront both of those women for a long time. And I think that I will say this, noticeably absent from her witness list is Melanie, formerly Boudreaux, now Pulowski. I'm curious why she hasn't thought to call Pulowski. I find that to be quite interesting. I don't know the status, Koshang Bammy. Now, you are probably right about this, but at the last hearing, all that we heard respective to those subpoenas is that they're out. What that means, I don't know. I don't know if what Lori means by saying that. Who knows? Okay. She that she Lori's all the time. And so is she test. That's interesting. I need to look at that. It's been a minute since I've gone over there and checked on what Lori is doing. But yes, Lori intends to call. Are you talking about, Rachel says, I thought she's calling both. Are you talking about calling both Melanies? I need to go back and double check that. See, I shouldn't have spoken. I should have went and checked that before I even brought this up, because I actually now don't remember. I just remember the discussion in the last hearing about Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastenis. So I'm not sure, but I would imagine that this is interesting to me, because there were people on her witness list that were discussed during that hearing. And it seemed to me like all of Lori's proposed witnesses, where it was, the judge had the same dilemma on all of them. What, if any, relevant information could they provide? And I kind of wonder, I kind of wonder if Lori can't tell the judge during that hearing what relevant information those witnesses had, then I think logic dictates that it's reasonable to assume that she likely wasn't able to tell the judge what relevant information Melanie Pulowski, formerly Boudreaux, potentially has. But who knows? I do want there to be a Melanie G. Lori Vallow confrontation. Will I get it? Who knows? Who knows? Let me see. And you're right about this. She definitely violated Rule 15.2. Crocheting Bambi says, even if they're, quote, out, it's too late and the prosecution didn't have time to prepare. Right. And not only that, but she has yet to divulge to the judge what relevant information they have, what they will be testifying to. So who knows? But at any rate, regardless, I'm going to cover Lori's second trial. So it is what it is. So Alicia asks about the crowns in the chat. This is a new thing that YouTube is doing. It's only happens during live chat. And it's a way to encourage interaction, more commenting. The more you get more XP by commenting more, chatting more, super chat, super stickers, membership, stuff like that. And then it restarts the next time the channel goes live. I need to do a little bit more research into it, because I don't know if YouTube is going to keep track of that for the creator, so that the creator can, at the end of the week or something, award some type of something to the first, second, and third place, or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to look into it a little bit more, but that's what they're doing. All right, they're back from lunch. Let's see what's happening.
Back in session, you may be seated.
Cash, you know that you want that purple crown that says never
All right,
won.
Mr.
Don't
Brennan,
play
whenever
with
you're
these
ready.
people.
Thank you.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Oh, this is a terrible angle. Yeah, just shave that little patch at the top there, buddy. Let it go.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabit and megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the three-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the three-point turn starts to the time that the three-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that three-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, so this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the three-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure, so that's going to be the approximate beginning of the three-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the three-point turn does that indicate?
Sure, so that's going to be approximately the end of the three-point turn, and that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes, so that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the three-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the three-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Let's start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that three-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah, so timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep, so we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a three-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the three-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the three-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21 or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you inside, by the way, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys, but I'm super serious. How is, according to that chat, 12 it it started at 12:23, it ended at 12:24. How is that 8 seconds? Please, I need help. I cannot understand that. I mean, straightforward math like addition, subtraction, algebra, multiplication, those kinds of things. I'm good at that. Geometry, not so much at all, not even a little. But I do not understand how that equates to 8 seconds. I mean, I will agree that 1 second to do a 3-point turn does seem short, like it would take a little longer than that. But I don't understand, based on that chart, how that equates. Thank you, Humanimal. Okay, thank you. 12:23:58 to 12:24:06. How is that 8 seconds? I mean, I'm used to working with tenths of a second, like in editing, because you can edit. Wait, am I thinking wrong? Hold on a minute. Hold on. No, you guys are right. Wait. 58 to the next second would be, or to the next minute, making it 24 would be 2 seconds. Plus, I guess 6. That does make it seconds. That's 8 seconds. I see now. Never mind. I was looking at minutes. I was wrong. My bad. You see how easy that is? Mr. Shannon Burgess with one N. I get it now. I got it. Took me a second. And I lost 2 viewers due to my being a big dummy.
We go back to slide 40, please. In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh.
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the three-point turn?
No, this is not the three-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question?
Sure.
So I
You said
understand.
a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure, yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure. So from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone, 2:09, where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32 and 04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Hold on a second. So Crocheting Bammy says, so is the prosecution trying to say that the time the turn was made was the time John's phone stopped? I'm so confused now. They're trying to say that they all occurred at the same time because at that time, Karen was going backwards in the vehicle, and that is when she hit. She was going in reverse. The vehicle was in reverse, and that's when she hit John O'Keefe, and that's when all of the activity on the phone stopped. So yes.
All right, I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again.
And we are now approaching again, which I have no idea why. I don't understand the need for the approach. I don't understand the need for this sidebar, but hopefully recross will be a little shorter because, quite frankly,
I'm so tired of you.
I feel. I currently am just tired of Shannon with one N. I'm tired of the whole testimony. I find it to be, frankly, irrelevant because at the end of the day, I don't give a rat's fat kneecap when none of this shit happened. They haven't proven that John O'Keefe died as a result of being hit by an automobile. So all of this is a moot point. But I do appreciate the fact that despite this all being a moot point, Mr. Alessi demolished Homeboy on cross. So I just look, now that he's testified to math, I call all the math into question. And for that reason is what, no, seriously, I wasn't paying attention to the way that the timestamp occurred. And that's my own fault. Okay. The timestamp is hours, minutes, and then seconds. I'm used to dealing with minutes, seconds, and then tenths of a second because none of my videos are that long. And even when they are, like, I think I have a couple of videos that might be an hour long that I made, but in the making of those videos, most of the portions, they're small, they're broken up in that hour. So that's my own fault. And I should have looked at that and paid more attention and been more careful about all of that. Thank goodness I'm not on the stand testifying in a friggin' criminal trial and somebody's freedom depends on me being able to analyze hours, minutes, and seconds versus minutes, seconds, and tenths of a second. There you go. Whatever this is about, Karen's not up there and Mr. Jackson's not up there. I wonder what Mr. Jackson has on his little Post-it notes there. Have you guys ever peeped Brennan's workspace in the courtroom? He's got packets and packets and packets of Post-it notes. I've never seen so many Post-it notes on a desk in my entire life. Have I seen that many packets of Post-it notes in one location? Yeah. The supply closet, I've never seen somebody have that many packages, I shouldn't say packets, packages of Post-it notes, unopened and opened. That's another thing. This also, in my estimation, speaks to Mr. Brennan's work ethic. Why, sir, do you have commingling of unopened and opened packets? Shouldn't you just have the opened one, the ones that you're using, and put the other ones away to avoid clutter, to keep your workspace neat? Because I would like that better. I need you to keep your workspace neat. I would, Sissy's mom, I totally would be up there like, listen, all I got is a good enough diploma. Take whatever I say after this, knowing that.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right. Once we get these marked, I'll be.
Thank you.
A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Hold on a minute. Am I correct? Am I remembering correctly? I'm very yelling. I'm sorry. I'm very yelly. Let me calm down. Am I correct in remembering that this gentleman testified on cross-examination this morning that he'd never been involved in an accident reconstruction case? Did I hear that correctly?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it even farther.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you.
Did you show those to Mr. Glennon?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? They're,
Yep.
let me just give one first. If I could see that back and court report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it can be marked as one document for identification.
Exhibit FFF for ID. Thank you.
Can I reach over you, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. As Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
That would be Exhibit FFF for fucked. Oh my God.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would.
The objections stayed.
Right. Do you
want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
over.
Your Honor.
Oh
Feel
dear.
free to stand up and stretch.
Look at Judge Beth. She gave the rock the twirling of the eyeglasses. Then she did the head motion and some smiles. Holy moly. Bev, it's the only thing we agree on in this case, that you're smitten with Mr. Alessi, because I'm quite smitten with Mr. Alessi too. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Alessi is married. So please, if his wife is out there listening, I don't mean any offense. I'm really actually more enamored with his level of intelligence and attention to detail, as I'm sure you are as well. So I don't do that. I do not. I am not Mrs. Steal Your Man. Okay. I'm not the cleanup woman. You ain't got to worry about me. OMG. Bingo, Rachel Lee. Rachel Lee says this is especially effective after that nonsense line of questioning where Brennan tries to show how honest this guy is. Yes, this guy, oh my gosh, is a lying liar. Oh my God. This is everything. I am here for it. Hold on a second. Oh, I love this. Tess Mack says his wife knows how wonderful her husband is, and by the looks of their daughter, she's gorgeous too. Yes, she is gorgeous. His wife is gorgeous. I am just so enamored with his effectiveness as an attorney for reals. Like, I watch trials all the time. This is all that I do aside from watching like TV shows. Okay. And I just this is an example of what you want. This Mr. Alessi is everything that you'd want in an attorney. Okay. He pays attention to all the details. He misses nothing. He catches witnesses in discrepancies, which is very important. He's highly effective at, oh God, what's the word? Impeaching witness testimony. Okay. He does it in a classy way, and he does not ask a question that he doesn't know the answer to. So when Mr. Brennan was asking him about something about, I'm not going to lie, Mr. Brennan loses me a lot in his questioning, but he was asking him something pertaining to one of his charts or something. And he asked him the question, and he was surprised by the answer. You can tell when an attorney has genuine surprise at the answer and when the attorney does not. And I feel like he never asks a question that he doesn't already have the answer to. And I feel like that is why he asked him multiple times on direct, respective to his participating, or not direct, excuse me, on his initial cross, about whether or not he ever participated in a case or handled any accident reconstruction.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to get a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically,
We're all distracted
with
by it,
regard
babe. Don't
to
worry.
Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt Mr. Alessi, pardon me, Mr. Alessi, but Carol and Cooper, I'm so glad you're back, because how long can they keep this poor guy on the stand? I mean, when Brennan gave his redirect and he asked questions respective to his qualifications, his CV and all of that thing, he opened the door up for even more questions about his qualifications, his CV, etc. But I am so glad to see you here because I missed your super chat earlier, and I feel awful about it. And I wanted to thank you, and I wanted to make sure that you heard me say thank you, because I never want to not show gratitude and appreciation. And I do. I appreciate it so much. It was really sweet of you. Thank you so much. And I'm so sorry that I missed it earlier. Okay. Here we go.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of exhibits F, 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 and E, E, E?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move E, 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 and F, F, F into evidence.
Objection.
You need one more step, Mr.
And, sir, do E, 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 and F, F, F fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
Thank you.
Her briefing?
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why are you entertaining Mr. Brennan's foolishness, Bev? Now, I feel like this relationship between you and I, it's one of these situations where we take 2 steps forward, and I'm taking 2 steps forward, and we're agreeing on Mr. Alessi. I know that you have a little soft spot for him. I do too. We can see how you smile at him, all the things, and now you're entertaining Mr. Brennan's foolishness about wanting to be heard. We've already discussed this. He doesn't want these in. Too late, too bad, so sad. They're coming in. You got me all yelly. Oh, Carolyn Cooper, I appreciate that. Carol and Cooper says, it's okay. I just wanted you to know how much I appreciate you for covering this. Thank you so very much. I'm glad that I decided to cover this. I really am, because if I would have missed out on this, and I would have watched this anyways. Okay, I was going to watch this. But can you imagine poor little Alice the cat and Mac the cat's lives with all of my outbursts if I could not share them with you? Let me take a moment, because I feel like I'm getting super yelly. And also, now I feel homeboy has committed perjury. So I have 2 things I want to play.
No, you shut up! Don't talk to me! Don't talk to me, criminal!
And this one.
Everything's perfectly all right now. We're fine. We're all fine here now. Thank you. How are you?
Okay, I feel better now. I'm going to be less yelly. I'm going to try to remember that I'm inside and that I need to use my inside voice, because it's rude to get screamy and yelly for no reason. I got out of control, and I'm sorry. And I will fix my voice level immediately. All right, let's see. Oh, we're coming back. Okay, it's fine. And also, Horse Lover Fat, it's good to see you. Again, welcome back. Thanks for joining us again.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, 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 and Exhibit F, F, F for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that. Madam Court Reporter.
Ha, Brennan.
Exhibit 193.
Yes, I agree, Rachel. This way we can enjoy it the way that a family should enjoy things like this. Because after all,
Yes.
we're a little family over here at the asylum,
Burgess,
the ward.
I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the 4th page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024. Did I read that correct?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023. However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184.
Please hold on a second.
You know how to write.
Mr. Alessi, you know how to write. Listen, he does, and he should have.
Currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustained.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustained.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelors of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
I didn't know that accurate either.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
we'll strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
Look, Brennan, the interpretation that you're trying to make on it is ridiculous and poppycock. Okay. Anybody that's filing something in 2023 with a date of 2024 on it, one of two things can be reasonably expected from that. One of two things can be reasonably interpreted by that. One, the 2024 date may be a typo, and that perhaps he actually got his degree in 2023. That's number one. Okay. Or two, it's an intentional way to try and bamboozle the court. Okay. That's it. That's all. Neither of which look good for your witness up here. Okay. And why you want to continue to belabor this point, walk away. This is not the Hill, sir. Walk away.
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Well, right. Crocheting Bammy says, but if they don't even offer that course, then how could he be currently pursuing it? Apparently, according to Mr. Shannon with 1N Burgess, it's not a bachelor's of general science. It's a bachelor of general studies and mathematics. The acronym was was to his point or his mind misinterpreted. I mean, were you posting this on Twitter X Twitter, where you were limited to 150 characters, sir, and so you have to shorthand it? You should have written. Oh my God. Now look, you got me catching the dumbs. You should have written it out completely. That way there would be no room for misinterpretation. Something tells me there's a reason that you didn't.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips If I could begin with
Oh, Jesus, fuck. A whole bunch of clips played out of context. Rachel Lee says, I'd like to finish my degree too, but until I do, my CV doesn't make any claims that I did. Also, after 17 years, it's safe to say not going to happen at this point. Right. I'd also like to have the ass that I had at 18 years old. But after 30 years, it's safe to say that ain't going to happen.
23.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission into evidence, Ron.
194. The next witness, Mr. Allen?
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008. in the drug identification unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the trace unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a forensic scientist 2 to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace, arson, and explosives unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines. In my unit, I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year?
It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year.
Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial.
Now, you mentioned earlier in the testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Okay, I have questions regarding these proficiency tests. And listen, I think that I'm right to question this stuff given what we learned from the last witness and how well the Commonwealth scrutinizes witnesses. I need to understand when you say that you've passed these proficiency tests. Okay, in Texas, 70 is passing. Okay. Would you rather, I need to know what your score was. Did you pass with a 70 or a 71? Or did you pass like, with a B or an A? I need to know that. And I do think that that is a reasonable question to ask, again, given the last witness. That is all.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police crime?
Hey, Medusa, good to see you, babe.
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it would be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. And it's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples, essentially a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
MK, I don't have that one anymore. I don't know where it went, but here, we'll do this one instead. Let me see. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Here we go.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
There we go.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope is it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes. So I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E, and I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grem instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with all with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item, 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and they're broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass, in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper, and there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison, and there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
All right. I knew I should have waited. I could see Judge Bev at in the corner of the camera view, and I could see that she was getting antsy over there. And I figured she was going to go to sidebar, but I thought maybe it'll be fine. Clearly, I was wrong. It was not fine. All right, hang on. Let me upload this really quick so I can show you guys this.
So jurors, it's been a long day, so we're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of this house can tell you the time. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this.
Oh, they got something going on. She's not going to be back till the afternoon tomorrow. Okay. So these are the pieces that she's talking about. Okay. And shout out to Brandy Churchwell for making this visual aid, and shout out to Tess for sending it. So here's the base of the cup here. Here's in the yard, pieces 7 through 12, E, I, and L, not the cup. A, B, C, D, F, and K, part of the cup. The road, not from the cup, no matches in the yard, but it is consistent with E. These are the ones in the road, okay? Bumper, pieces 3 through 5 pieces, all right? A, B, C, D, and E. C and D were not matched or analyzed. A, B, and E do not match to the cup. So basically, in essence, no cup pieces on the bumper. The only match from the bumper was one piece from the road. Again, the Commonwealth has once again managed to fail at connecting the dots. The only thing that I can think of why they put her on the stand is to try and some way imply that, see, they weren't even matches. See, Proctor didn't do anything back there in the bumper when he was, flipping around the view from the camera and inverting and all the things. So, yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Let's see if it's completely ended for the day.
Research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So, Ms. Hanley, after the jury has okay.
All rise to the court, please.
Let's just see what happens. Hold on.
We're all set. Thank you.
I guess there isn't anything. We'll just have to continue tomorrow, but she won't be coming back until the afternoon.
Right? We're all set?
We're all set.
Yeah, Judge Bev out. Oh my God. All right, you guys. So that's it for today. I will see you all at 7:55 a.m. Central and 8:55 a.m. Eastern, and like almost 6 o'clock Pacific, I think. So there you guys go. It's possible, yeah. A horse lover fat that says no match implies someone planted fake plastic or fake glass, right? Like it doesn't really get Proctor out of the woods for being in the back of that car doing God knows what. But if there were pieces planted there, okay, it makes you wonder. And I think, like I pointed out before, as we can see from the movie The Departed, it only takes one individual inside of an investigation to steer the investigation, especially if that person is, I know that you don't want to hear this off a Trooper Buchanan, but this is just facts, especially when that person is the lead investigator. So there you have it. She isn't coming back until the afternoon, but court still starts tomorrow or at the right time, like at 7:55. So we'll be here at 7:55. I don't know what they're going to start with. I don't know what they have to take care of prior to her coming back. So, but there must be something. So I don't know what the deal is with that. It is possible that there is a witness who, due to scheduling, can only testify in the morning. And perhaps that's what's going on. I don't know. But court starts tomorrow morning. So there you go. All right, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.